여기 분리해. 뛰어들 수 없어. 소원을 빌어봐.
저리 보자.
아플까나? 제대로 서 있어. 인간의 몫이다. 수면 아래는 무한의 신이야. 작별할 시간이야. 작별할 시간이야. 애군의 맹세. 물의 삶. 인간의 몫이다. 상하가 밥그리.
악한 악기들 몸이 상대해주지.
수면 아래는 무한의 신이야.
가자.
진정. 작별할 시간이야. 불길의 상징. 인간의 몫이다. 수면 아래는 무한의 신이야. 물의 손님을. 수면 아래는 무한의 신이야. 은연의 변화. 작별할 시간이야.
악한 악기들 몸이 상대해주지.
인간의 몫이다. 힘을 줘. 안 아파. 제대로 서 있어. 수면 아래는 무한의 신이야. 은연의 변화. 작별할 시간이야.
악한 악기들 몸이 상대해주지. 가자.
진정. 인간의 몫이다. 상하가 밥그리. 작별할 시간이야. 수면 아래는 무한의 신이야.
악한 악기들 몸이 상대해주지.
인간의 몫이다. 물의 손님. 안 아파. 어려움 없도다. 멈춰 서 있어. 헛! 야! 불길의 상징. 수면 아래는 무한의 신이야.
가자!
진정해. 작별할 시간이야. 괴상이 오르내리니 계획을 잘 세워야겠군. 어서 오세요, 손님. 괴상이 오르내리니 계획을 잘 세워야겠군.
One of the biggest Lost Ark streamers, Zeal's Ambitions, has been caught with a sock puppet account. Zeal's is one of the top Lost Ark streamers. Although he lives in Korea, he typically streams in English where he's playing the Korean version of the game. It was recently found out that he had an alt account where he has been sucking himself off for the last 5 years. This is a tweet from Genshin Impact, and it says, Beginner's Guide, What to Do in the First and Second Week from 3 years ago. It's posted by Zeal's Ambitions. And then the reply is, keep it up, man. You are my GOAT source. At least you aren't one of those who just downloaded the game yesterday and hit adventure rank 11 and making guides. Good luck canceling him. 0 clips or any evidence. Besides, he loves that shit. Fake persona. You don't know what you're talking about. He's the only one calling out the bullshit and awful packs and so much more. If you want a boring monotone streamer, there are plenty of those that can fit your fit. His videos are outdated, and he won't be the biggest for long. Just because someone did it for years doesn't mean he's the most passionate. There are big boys waiting for this game for years prepping as well. When Koreans drop Korean English-speaking streamers like Zeal's Ambition streams, the Korean players are so curious why the West is so sensitive about this topic. Oh my god. Also follow Zeal's Ambition. So people are saying this is him? Check out Zeal's Ambitions on Twitch and YouTube. He's helped me the most. This is completely bad take. Zeal sacrificed enjoyment as he wasn't even getting mana synergy from the bard to the group to kill it. So he's like giving like a very, very detailed opinion about this. Okay, so like there's wait. This is 6 of 29 pages? No. I'm just gonna stop here. Why? So Reddit haters have shade and throw stuff out and be salty about his name. Did people really expect FL to beat Igniter? I don't know what that is. Poor free-to-play can't stand a whale streamer succeeding in every aspect of his life. Oh, God. That's so sad, man. VOD's been turned off for all streamers, including streaming from Korean IPs, since February 2023. Yep, I know that. Wow. Who cares about your NA experience? The dude Zeal said week 1 Korean unnerfed normal gate 3 pug. It's nearly impossible for free to play to get in on item level. Context. And that's about Thamine. Yeah, because the fight was really hard. Okay, so there's just so many. Dude, there's a lot of these. Oh my god. Any regrets is said in a DPS test on his channel. Give credit where due. Zeal's Our Lord came out with FF Babe. Zeal's Our Lord. That's when Zeal's was under geared and under item level, and he just switched back to his main. Didn't Stoops make a video about this? I think he did. I'm gonna watch it real quick. Okay, here we go.
What's going on, you guys? It's late here. I just want to make a quick little video and just chat with you guys about a lot of what's going on. I'm feeling a lot better, by the way, so thanks for those of you guys that watched the last video or commented on the last video. I'm probably going to do more videos like this on this channel because this, again, is just a second channel for me. I don't really care about what gets posted over here anyway. And yeah, I enjoy doing this. So yeah, there's actually a lot of drama going on in Lost Ark. I'm not going to go into depth about it because I've talked about it so many times, but more so.
To be fair, this has been more content for Lost Ark than we've had in a long time.
It's funny to just, it's always like this in MMOs when there's nothing going on. And Lost Ark's actually a game that has updates pretty frequently. So,
it does.
You know, we have an update that's going to go over for a little bit over a month. We haven't had like an update in just about a month, and so many things popped off over the weekend, right? Like so many fucking different things. And I think what I really wanted to chime in on is that it's a bummer when this kind of happens, especially in communities like this, because it's like, dude, it's such a small fucking community, right? Like it's such a niche fucking game.
Yeah,
and there aren't that many people that actually play it.
Do you remember whenever Lost Ark was really big and everybody was playing it? Dude, the first month of Lost Ark was so good. Like there was so much content. It was like full speed ahead. It was dude, it's insane. Good Fornicator. Yeah, a lot of people watch my stream for it. Yeah, for sure. But like just in general, like the game. Yeah, where's Tukey? Yeah, everybody on what's it called, Alakir Isle or whatever, with like the chickens, and then like there's this suicide chicken isle. Oh man, that was so fun.
And at least in the West, and
the spider, the mining,
like it's just
and then going AFK
like
behind the egg so they can't see you.
Or making videos or whatever. It just bums me out because I feel like collaboration and working together is like super important. You know, it's all of the dope shit that you think about, all of the cool events. You know, when you even like in WoW, like whether like be like dueling tournaments or podcasts. Or anything, right? Like cool things that people look forward to. The race to world first. The Wambly thing that we do, and Lost Ark. All of those involve multiple people. It's not a one party or one person thing. And I get streaming can be competitive, right? I get it can take its
streaming is very competitive. It absolutely is. And it's like a lot of times, like you might not know this because streamers act like it's not really the case. But like, of course you're competing with other people. And that's why I think YouTube is so much less toxic. Because like, for example, if two people make a video on YouTube, you can be like, yeah, I saw that video and then this is my take on it. But like on streaming, it's like that zero-sum environment where there's only so many people on a platform and people feel like if they're watching one person, they're not watching someone else. And like you guys know in your own personal experience, you know, like there's a streamer that if you watch that person, or like, let's look at it on a larger level rather than a personal level, because I'm sure that they're like, for a lot of you guys, oh, if this person isn't live, then I watch the other person. But like, think about it on like a big level where, do you know like some streamers that whenever the other streamer isn't online, their viewership goes way up? Yeah, right? And so that's what happens. And so obviously that creates a sense of competition. That's why I've always liked YouTube a lot more. I feel like YouTube is so much more collaborative, so much more positive. And like, I understand that there's drama on YouTube and everything, but I feel like the drama is, in a lot of cases, I think it's less emotionally charged. And like, I've said many times that like a lot of the guys that I talk to that are from YouTube, I'm going to say it, I think they're way more well-adjusted than the streamers. Like, whenever I talk to guys about YouTube and like, you know, like guys that make videos on YouTube, like we have conversations about like, you know, AI and about like, you know, like, oh, this is a video idea series I have. It's like, oh, I want to make this podcast. Like, you know, it's like conversations about like, you know, creating things and like ideas. Whenever I talk to streamers, a lot of times it's like, yeah, so this fucking guy, he just keeps coming into the chat and he just keeps calling me gay, bro. Like, he keeps saying gay, gay, gay. And it's like, I banned him. And then like, he comes out with he makes another account. And his name was like Billy is gay, and it's like I just like should I keep going? Like, I mean, my viewers are going down, and like, you know, the thing is my ad deal, like people are complaining about that, and then it's just like I don't know. It's like I want to play this one game, but then like people don't want to watch it. It's like Jesus.
I know there was a lot of drama with the whole Sasan thing, and I think Asma got some flack too or whatever. But you know, regardless of like what you think about everything, everyone's got their own stresses. It can take its toll on you and
Yeah, sure.
make you act or behave certain ways. But I think in this scenario, in particular, it's a bummer, man. Because I think at the end of the day, if you're just trying to provide entertainment to people and make people laugh or enjoy themselves, if that's your goal, right? That's my goal, at least, right? As I want people to have a good time and walk away from something. And
Oh, I
feel
just
better,
want money.
You know, not feel something for the most part, but feel better. You know, I want people to like laugh or get a level of enjoyment. Not particularly feel angry. That's not really what my goal is, I think. And it's in this case, it's a bummer because I feel like collaboration is completely missed when everyone's split up and there's all this shit going on. But a lot of this stuff has been brewing for so fucking long, man. Like, if for so
This is also another reason is like, I think that it's dying. So like on Twitch, I think that it's dying. It's like dying video game entropy. Where like once a video game starts dying on Twitch, people start turning on each other. It's like an unironic, like fucking dystopian, you know, like movie where like as soon as, you know, the food dries up, the people start eating each other. Some Book of Eli shit or something like that. Like that's what ends up happening. So like, yeah, the well runs dry and now somebody needs to fucking die. That's it. And so with Lost Ark, you remember like Lost Ark back in the day? How many people are watching Lost Ark right now? Let me see if I can pull it up and check. Give me 1 second here. Okay, so I go and I look at Lost Ark. Where's Lost Ark? There it is. Lost Ark has 5,000 viewers, right? And like really, it Stoops has 3,000 viewers. And this is also like, you know, there's drama going on right now with Lost Ark, so there's going to be like more viewers watching it. But like other than that, everybody is down bad. Everybody's down bad. So this is what happens. So it makes sense that people are going to be unhappy about it, or like, you know, this stuff is going to, you know, cause drama, because guess what? There's nothing else to do. So drop Baldur's Gate 3? No, I didn't see that. And also no more Korean Twitch streamers for Lost Ark. Exactly, yeah. It's going to be funny seeing Asma and all the OGs streaming as old guys. I mean, it'll be a while, but I'll probably be on. You know, I will. I'm down bad. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Is like, so this is the way it goes. Is like as soon as the entropy of a game begins, because whenever a game is doing really well on Twitch, everybody's fine to cooperate and play together because everybody's growing and everybody's getting something out of it. But the moment that like that growth stops, again, the well dries up, the food runs out, and people start eating each other. I'm sorry. Like, I think it's... I love watching. What's wrong with me? I don't know. Yeah, the PvP starts, yeah.
There's been so many just different things that sooner or later...
Look at Genshin Impact recently. Great example.
Later, I think it was going to come to head, and I think now it finally did. And I think even then, man, I really believe that maybe I'm not going to feel this way particularly, but I think everybody deserves a second chance, or just an opportunity to improve. Everybody fucks up, man. I've made so many mistakes, so many stupid things that I've said, done. I mean, come on, you guys.
Finally, a game that respects your time. That. I remember that, bro. Like,
yeah. Everybody makes mistakes, man. But I think it's important to like use those things and try to improve as a person. And I swear, man,
sure,
like, for me, I'm a big fan of comeback stories and people trying to do better in their life, because there's so many things that I've like experienced in my own life and mistakes that I've made and things that even when I look at myself, man, like I'm embarrassed about who I was. I am. You know, I genuinely fucking am. I'm embarrassed of who I was. You know, there's so many like, I could never run for office. You know what I'm saying? Not that I'm smart enough to, but I'm just saying I could never, because there's...
No. No, bro. Stoops is in chat. He says, please, man, it's been 2 years. Stop saying it. Oh, God.
so much.
It's been a while, right?
Not like
It's already
anything
been
that,
2
you know,
years.
just bad photos of me, just things that I've done where I'm like,
Yeah.
man, like I'm such an idiot. And you know, but that doesn't mean that. But I'm happy with how I am now, you know. And you know, in my mom for the longest time, I remember she was embarrassed of me. You know, I told this story a long time ago.
Yeah.
But I remember going to my brother's graduation, and he was graduating college.
And you were
we're
playing
sitting
video
in the
games, right?
stands, and my ADD was going crazy that day. I was being super annoying, and I think I was on something. I don't know. I forgot. I was definitely on something. My mom smacks me while we're sitting there watching my brother's graduations. Will you knock it off? You're being so annoying that you're ruining my only chance to watch my son graduate. Like, my only...
That's crazy. My only chance. And it's his brother, so it's like, you know, you follow the logic, right?
This is my only son that's going to graduate, and you're ruining it. Saying that I'm never going to graduate.
Oh my god.
And that fucking hurt. It hurt because it was true.
Yeah.
You know, I'll never forget that. And now today I'm happy to say that, you know what, my mom doesn't bother me so much about streaming anymore, and I think she's proud of me nowadays.
Yeah, because you're making money.
And that's not to toot my own horn. It's just more to say that, like,
Yeah.
if I've had to improve myself, who am I to judge somebody else and what the fuck's going on in their own thing, right? Like, really, like, that's how I feel about all of this for everybody, every single...
No, and the mom's not wrong, right? I mean, you got your kids sitting around doing fucking nothing, playing video games all day. I mean, back then he was playing WoW. Like, obviously the mom's fucking pissed. Yeah, she wants her son to get out and make money, make a life for himself, make some shit happen. There's nothing wrong with that. That's normal.
thing that's going on right now, who am I really to judge? Everyone fucks
it's
up,
not a
and
bad
that's how
thing.
you own up to it and how you move on past it and what you can, not what you say, but what you do. And I think a lot of people can respect that. Not everyone. The people that don't like you, they're not going to fucking like you because they don't like you. And it is what it is. It does suck when you're on the internet or when someone doesn't like you. I hate it, man. I don't want someone to not like me. I want everyone to like me.
Yeah, everybody does.
I don't want to be disliked by somebody, but at the end of the day, you can't really control that. And I think that what's more important is that it's how you bounce back from stuff. And I think a lot of people can appreciate that. A lot of people can appreciate a comeback story. And so I think being honest and truthful about something and trying your best to work on yourself, I mean, I think a lot of people can appreciate and respect that. And so I hope people do. You know, and I hope good comes from all of this. You know, I really do.
I feel like
Hope
this
a lot
is
of good comes from all of this. Anyways, that's just my thoughts on everything, guys, and I appreciate you guys all for tuning in. Hope you have a blessed evening or night, morning, wherever you are in the world. Hope this video finds you well, and I'll catch you all in the next one. Peace.
This was the most ambiguous video I've ever seen. I'll link you guys the video. Like, yeah, there it is. This is the most ambiguous video. Like, because I was ready. Like, I wanted to hear some fucking details. I wanted to hear the nitty gritty of it. I wanted to hear what was going on. Yeah, ambiguous. Yeah, bro. Like, yeah, Stoops is a good guy. I really like Stoops. I've known him now for like, what is it? Fucking 3-4 years, right? Yeah, he's in chat. What's up, man? Yeah, there's the video. Give it a like if you liked it. Still have no idea. So basically, I'll go back and I'll look at the rest of this here. So there's an accusation that a, what do you call it? Lost Ark streamer has been using a fake Reddit account to basically promote himself and talk about how good he is, and that he's been doing it for the last 5 years. And aren't too happy that he's been using a lot. So this is like other streamers. This is literally one streamer. So I don't know about other streamers in this circumstance, but okay, yeah, sure. Basic shilling, the niches of the niche drama. I mean, here's the thing. He practically self-glazes himself every video about how he's a KR vet, so this behavior isn't, isn't surprising. You know, imagine having 10K viewers at peak and still having the need to glaze yourself on an alt. Bro, people glaze themselves. Like, everybody does this. Like, this isn't something that, like, you don't, like, age out of doing this kind of bullshit. Or you don't, like, oh, now my channel's big enough, I'm not gonna do this anymore. No, this happens all the time. Kevin Durant, yeah, I think, yeah, doesn't glazing? Yeah. Always glaze myself on accident? Oh, I mean, well, that's the best part, right? What's this here? You see a new, no, I'll look at that probably tomorrow. So this is just a bunch of speculation. That's the thing, is like, where is the, sometimes I'll read a comment and I'll assume that it's about the topic and I'll just say it out loud and I'll finish the sentence and I'll be like, that had nothing to do with anything else. Yeah. Because I basically just talk through a stream of consciousness, okay? So that's going to happen sometimes. He's a content creator, who fucking cares? I think the issue with Lost Ark is that Zeals is the only streamer from Lost Ark that has a personality that's not a bore fest. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, it's just... How do we know the sock puppet's actually his? It's either one of his biggest glazers or him doing it for the first 5 years. Plus, the account suddenly started deleting all of their comments, new and old alike. By that logic, you could point to any number of accounts in his subreddit as being Asmongold alt by the praise that he gets. I'm gonna be real. I think this is really funny, but I'm not really seeing enough evidence to say... Oh. Oh. Well, I don't see that there's enough evidence to really accuse this guy of doing it. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that there's, like, basically people are saying there's a Reddit account that's really positive about you. I don't think there's enough evidence for it yet. And also, even if it is, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Because, like, a lot of these posts aren't, like, really bad. It's not like this is something where he's talking about, you know, like, what the best races of real-life people are. Like, this isn't him doing anything crazy. It's really just him glazing himself. He flames Saint-Tone. I'd have to see that one. I didn't see it anywhere here. But there wasn't anything that was, like, really, really that bad that I saw. The bad parts is him shitting on other streamers. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously bad, but it's not a bit, like, that's not a big deal to me, right? I'm gonna be totally honest. I shit talk other streamers too. I do it all the time. I do it on my stream. Yeah, people mad about that today. If there are multiple dots on a graph and it forms a line, where does it point to? It does point to the fact that it's Zeals. It definitely does. But I just don't think, like, so to accuse somebody of something without any real strong evidence, I think is kind of unfair. But, like, if I had to flip a coin on this, whether or not, okay, you guys really want to put me against the wall on this. I flip a coin, is it Zeals or not? Where do you think where do I think it's going to land? On the fact that it's him. I do think it's him. I just don't really think it's that big of a deal. I think it's funny. And I'm not sure if it's him or not either. Yeah, it's really not a huge, again, like, it's not that bad. I'm gonna watch 5 minutes.
The Strange C003 horse. Here we see a very impactful image of a horse. It's in front of a foggy background and altered quite a bit, possibly with assets from multiple horses. At least one horse, we at least know that. Those yellow eyes and markings are clearly taken from some other image or animal. There's also some kind of brand visible on the body of the horse itself. A search for the origin of this image has gained traction very recently in Japan, beginning in 2023. This is due to the image's ties to an infamous Japanese Twitter account, known for its disturbing, repetitive, and cryptic posts. Here is the Twitter account in question. Let's take a look. do I even start with this? So the account name itself is direct enough. It says Kike Uma, or deformed horse. The term Kike is used for something that's misshapen, deformed, or for birth defects. And the bio? It simply says curse. Now the tweets are when things get especially cryptic and frankly a bit disturbing. Or just confusing depending on how you want to look at it. You see, this user posted the very same tweet every single day over a span of 3 years, beginning in 2015 and ending in 2018. The tweet reads, "Waga Kyowakoku ni taisuru botoku de aru." This phrase translates to, "It's blasphemy against our republic." Now, the phrasing used specifically within this tweet suggests that this person feels very strongly about slandering said republic, as if they are enraged or offended. In short, they hold a great deal of pride towards this nation or country, most likely Japan, and are enraged by something that is disrespecting it. So, what exactly do they feel is insulting this republic? That's the thing. We really don't know that part. Is it the horse? Do they think the horse is insulting Japan in some way? Is the horse symbolic of something? Is the daily tweet some kind of mantra for a curse that they're trying to manifest? Is that why it says curse in the bio? Is it perhaps, maybe, just maybe, some kind of massive shitpost? I don't know. However, I will say that it looks like it started gaining more attention after the poster stopped posting, since the most responses and engagement are on those last few tweets, and the responses were not really occurring in real time as the account was active. While the Twitter account itself is shrouded in mystery, the image of the horse is too, I assure you. Actually, that's where the real mystery is. This three-headed horse image is infamous in Japan, and while this Twitter account is the most famous use of this image in Japan, it's been used many, many times outside of Japan in the years preceding the Strange C003 posts. For that reason, online users have kickstarted a search for the origins of this image. And by origins, I mean the actual horse image used to make this image you see here before you. The search itself was kicked off by Japanese YouTuber the Tubero. If you understand Japanese, I highly recommend their content, by the way. They talk about a lot of obscure internet mysteries and cover non-Japanese mysteries as well, and they're pretty thorough. Like I said, the image is known outside of Japan as well, one of the most notable examples being from this video from 2006. This user, Obey the Walrus, is known for being the original uploader for, you guessed it, the Obey the Walrus videos. One of the earliest uses of this image, however, is not this. It's this 18-year-old YouTube upload, known as Mentally Disturbing, and uploaded by a user known as Contron. The video itself is a compilation of disturbing video clips and visuals, and the image in question, the horse image, can be seen right about here in the very beginning. As a matter of fact, it looks like the upload by Obey the Walrus features the same exact clip, only slowed down to show the horse a little longer. And before anyone asks, yes, attempts have been made to contact Contron. One of the attempts can be seen right here in the comments. Users from Japan, the Tubero included, attempted to contact this uploader. Remember, this video is almost 2 decades old now. 2006 was almost 20 years ago. That hurts to think about. But aside from that, the user is still somewhat active on the account, but has not responded to any inquiries. With that said, I do not condone or suggest messaging this user since people have already done so. Now, is Mentally Disturbing the earliest known use of this image thus far? No, it is not. As a matter of fact, this is only the beginning. One notable detail of these mentally disturbing videos that Contron used to make is where they obtained some of the assets. In the past, the uploader had gone on record stating they got a lot of the footage from E-Bomb's world. To those unfamiliar, this was a site people used to share videos and memes before YouTube was around and mainstream. While not confirmed, it's possible that a version of this horse image was found by Contron on eBaum's World. Whether or not that post is archived remains unknown as of right now, but the site is still up, but very different from how it once looked, so who knows. Aside from all this, there is one earlier use of the image that is well documented that I found online. This brings us to June of 2005. Barafotira, I don't know why I'm using Japanese pronunciation there if I'm even pronouncing it right, is a self-proclaimed Italian dark project band. They appear to have been active since the year 1999, and they're still active today and release music fairly regularly. It's one album of theirs in particular, titled Cyber, that got the attention of those searching for the horse image. Notice that foggy background from the Strange Sea image is also present in this one. In addition, more of the backdrop is visible as well, meaning the Strange Sea image was definitely cropped. Now, this is an earlier known use, earlier than the mentally disturbing video. But what I find interesting is that those on the Japanese internet didn't really see this album cover as a lead, as important as mentally disturbing due to the fact that there's text over the original horse image, technically not making it the original image in itself. However, this album does prove that the image has been around since at least 2005 though, and that's key information in my opinion. So where does that leave us? Well, I couldn't find any information online beyond this, and I feel like the language barrier may be hindering the Japanese search team just a little bit. So, I decided to email Barafotira and attempt contacting them myself, hoping that they could shed a little more light on this image and the background behind it. Mainly, I wanted to learn more about where people were finding this image prior to YouTube. See, I personally have a feeling that this image was posted to popular meme sites or forums long before YouTube, and that these posts are simply undocumented now. That's just a theory though. Enough speculation though, let's get to the point. Did Barafotira respond? My email was responded to by a person who goes by the name Triplax, one of Barafotira's founding members. And while I was expecting to be told that this image was found on some kind of long-gone forum or something of the sort, that's not at all the kind of response I actually received.
I never thought that the cover of one of our demo albums could create interest on the web. You ask us if we can let you know if we know the origin of the image. Yes, we know it, but the image does not come from any website. It was made using the image of a normal horse and modified with a special program.
Triplax confirmed to me that the image was created for the album cover, and the person who created the image themselves. At one time, they knew them personally, and they even recalled the story behind why the image was created in the first place. First and foremost, the photo itself was created by somebody who goes by the name, and I'm gonna do my best to pronounce this correctly, Antervud. This person was not specifically a member of Barafotira, but knew Triplax through their involvement in an artistic musical collective they were all involved in at the time. And when was this time period? The early 2000s. Specifically between 2003 and 2004. This was when Triplax, Antervud, and another member of the collective had collaborated on an album titled Cyber Torture Garden. And the album cover? It was what this horse image was initially created for, thus making it the earliest incarnation. Here it is, provided by Triplax themselves. Now, according to what Triplax recalls, when the image creator was asked about what inspired them to make something like this in the first place, they claim to have seen a painting that looked just like this horse image with 3 heads and everything. And just where did Antervud claim to see this original 3-headed horse image? In a church crypt, of all places.
Antervud told me that he managed to cross one of these tunnels and reach the crypt. It contained religious objects, and on the walls, he saw various strange paintings, including the 3-faced horse.
And with all of that said, this right here is truly where the search currently leaves us. I have relayed all the information I have been able to relay personally. Now, the supposed creator of this horse image, Antevud, apparently moved away following the completion of this album, and they weren't heard from again after this. And a year later, in 2005, the album was re-released on Bandcamp under the Bada Fotida name. The album title now simply shortened to just Cyber. Also, according to Triplax, traces of the old webpage for the Outer Circle may still exist online. And with that considered, further clues may still be found there. I personally have done a bit of searching myself for this webpage, but I wasn't able to find anything just yet. Also, I do want to mention that Triplax does not want to reveal Antevud's real name or personal information out of respect for their privacy. Since I assume they haven't been in contact in quite some time, that should absolutely be respected, so as with any lost media search, please be respectful, guys. I'm beyond happy and thankful to Triplax that I could shed a little more light on this mystery for you guys nonetheless. Anyways, on to the next one. The highway webcam Hitogata. What we see here is a still image taken from a webcam. The location being streamed is known as the Izu Skyline, a famous toll road located along the Izu Peninsula of Shizuoka Prefecture. It's known for its views, particularly of Mount Fuji. This landmark is actually visible from a variety of famous spots in Japan, this being one of them. It's even visible from Tokyo if you're in the right location, season, and the weather is perfectly clear. The Izu Skyline webcam shows the Mount Fuji visibility throughout the days and seasons, and takes a photo at the top of every hour. So yeah, everything in this image looks pretty normal for that. Except for whatever the heck is going on here. On November 1st of 2020 at 6 a.m., this photo was taken. And in the road, there's a visible humanoid shape. It looks a bit too large to be an actual person, and the way it's standing seems a bit unnatural. People quickly caught on and discussed it, most notably within this Twitter post. Regarding that statue-like figure spotted on Izu Skyline's live camera, the one that appeared on November 6, 2020 at 6 o'clock. Even though it's so bright outside, that figure is so uncomfortable looking in pitch black. I think it's too big to be a person. Is there anyone who knows more about this? So, what kind of answers and insight were in response to this tweet? I feel like this screenshot says it best. Let's dig into the responses a bit more though, shall we? That's pretty scary. Yeah, the first time I saw it, I thought it was pretty cool. There's no motion blur or anything on the figure itself. Typically, you see some kind of blur on the motorcycles or cars passing by, but this is a solid, clear shape. It's pretty gnarly. In short, everyone else was just as baffled, but tried to make sense of it nonetheless. One response in particular took note of a flaw within the webcam or webpage itself. So I checked the Internet Archive and I noticed something. It looks like the November 1st live image saved on November 5th matches the November 8th image for the same time. So weird. While this image isn't the one with the figure, this one instead features a white car passing by, it's clearly the same image reused twice on different days. The white car is in the same exact place and the conditions are exactly the same. It's clearly the same picture, but it was used again a week later. Was this some kind of error or technical mishap? Maybe the photo with the figure was also some kind of error within the webpage. Though the image with the figure only appeared one single time. Another user looked into the possible dimensions of the figure itself, compared to how cars and motorcycles appeared from the same distance. They estimated that the figure itself would be around 6 foot 5 inches minimum. Based on the car's width in the following image, the shadowed figure is well over 2 meters tall. It's not the height of an average person, and its presence stands out from its surroundings. It's not a place where pedestrians would pass by also, and it is pretty unnatural looking. Another user debated this, however, saying that it could very well be a person when overlapping the car image with the figure. Their conclusion was that it was very likely just a really tall person, that it just being a dude crossing the street isn't so unlikely after all. But remember, this is a webcam for a toll road. Why would some person be running across a highway in a somewhat desolate location? Well, piggybacking off that last comment, another user looked into the precise location of where the webcam is located. Apparently, there's a pond and a few hiking trails in the surrounding area. Some even connect with the road itself. In my opinion, there's no denying that the photo still looks pretty unnatural though. So, was there any clarification beyond this? No. But the figure is likely one of two things. The result of some kind of technical difficulty with the camera or webpage, or just a person of above average stature, possibly a hiker, crossing the road at a time that captured them in this strange and uncanny way. Oh, but there's also the third possibility of it just being Slender Man. This photo looks simple and unsuspecting enough. It shows a girl with shoulder-length hair, in what looks like a room with wood paneling. She's smiling and giving the victory or peace sign gesture with her hands. She's wearing a white shirt with the Boss Coffee logo, or possibly a parody of the logo. Boss Coffee is a popular canned coffee brand in Japan, by the way. This image, in itself, as you currently see it, is not very well known. However, the photo it may have gone on to become is known throughout the world as one of the most famous creepypasta images, known as the Jeff the Killer image. It has been confirmed that the original Jeff image is Japanese in origin, though the exact origin isn't confirmed or definitively located as of right now. The closest thing to a possible origin, one that many believe to be conclusive but simply cannot prove it, is this image right here. The image could be the origin of Jeff, or it could be completely unrelated. I'm going to give you the known information and you can draw your own conclusions from here. Sound good? Cool, 'cause we have a lot to get into with this one. Now, over the past few years, there have been dedicated efforts to try and locate the original source image that was later used to create the Jeff images that we know and are readily available online. This has brought about search teams, bounties, and some significant progress. Now, this specific image was recently discovered by a member of the JTK search team, a user known as Eat Raw Skin. She discovered the photo while browsing a Japanese image board site that was archived known as Guzzlebox.com. This image was found on April 28th of 2023. This image stood out to the user, and multiple parts of this image itself are very similar to what's referred to as White Powder 2, or the earliest known incarnation of the Jeff image, the one with the Mr. Potato Head eyes. So, how exactly is it similar? Here's a visual of the similarities created by a user on the search team known as Rosen. As you can see, a lot of things do add up. Now, the next question is, who exactly is this girl in the original image? Well, this image is of a girl referred to online as Mariko. She was considered a quote-unquote net idol during the early 2000s. And despite what you may be assuming, this was not a good term. Around this time, it was typically reserved for girls seen as unattractive as a way of making fun of them. Mentions of Mariko have been traced as far back as April of 2004. However, recent findings suggest that the site may have been active in 2003 as well. This is because very recently, possible mentions from December of 2003 have been discovered. Regardless, the earliest mentions were via 2chan threads, seen here as somebody linking Mariko's webpage on a thread titled Storesu Kaisho, or Stress Relief. This brings us to the webpage itself, known as Mariko's Room. The site was hosted on InfoSeek, and the site was not kind to Mariko. Rather, the visitors and even Mariko's own posts seemed to mock her instead. The site was promoted as a quote-unquote diet diary and claimed Mariko needed to lose weight. It featured a bulletin board, image gallery with various photos, and possibly videos of Mariko. There were also text updates and blog posts. The site itself claimed it was written and updated by Mariko herself, and apparently intended for others to quote-unquote motivate her, as the site claims. It wasn't long before users began noticing the presence of a user named Suzakumaru, or just Suza, who was mentioned regularly. According to the site, Suza was Mariko's self-proclaimed boyfriend. Beyond this, promotions for Suzakumaru's own web pages also appeared on Mariko's site. Between this and the bizarre nature of the webpage, The images and posts are widely thought to be added by Suzakumaru, not Mariko. The site itself was likely created by this Suza person to begin with. The remarks towards this girl consisted of things like trolls calling her the next big net idol, in that they felt she would blow up as a meme soon, and at the same time, people were creating edits of her face. One surviving edit from this time period has Mariko's face on famous idol Aya Matsuda. Even the photos supposedly posted by Mariko herself on the site had demeaning and self-deprecating captions. They did not sound like something a girl would say about herself and post publicly online. And with each passing day, more and more people took note of this, realizing that the situation seemed more like mistreatment and exploitation, possibly for monetary gain at the hands of Suzakumaru. Whether or not he was actually her boyfriend remains suspect for a number of reasons as well. It was unknown if Mariko herself was even aware of the site or consented to her images being posted on it. And like I said, many assumed the supposed boyfriend was making money off the site itself since he had other web pages dedicated to him specifically that also promoted Mariko's webpage and vice versa. Users on various boards came together to confront Suzakumaru regarding this, discussing how unstable his relationship was with Mariko. It was from these exchanges that the knowledge of possible videos of Mariko were discovered as well. These videos are likely long gone, but the surviving mentions claim that Mariko herself appeared very uncomfortable within them. Ultimately, a large number of users reported the webpage, with many describing the situation as a human rights violation. The most prominent thread found to date is regarding this, from May of 2004, dedicated solely to getting Mariko's room reported and taken down. I don't think the administrator behind Mariko's room has permission to post these things. The whole thing feels malicious. The site's creator is this person. This is awful. What? What is the part on the site with the grossness referring to? Even if they have the girl's permission to do this, there's better ways to go about it. It feels like a publicity stunt. Isn't anyone going to touch on the recent addition of banner ads on the site? He's making money on this. And it looks like most of those text-based ads were removed. Impossible. Suzakumaru is a rotten human being. The pictures, all of it is disgusting. I'm guessing he put them all over the place on his own. In response to the public outcry, Suzakumaru made a post on Mariko's room claiming that he would soon be renovating, quote-unquote, the site, and uploading a video with Mariko verbally saying she gave Suzakumaru permission to post these photos. At this point, it's inferred that Suzakumaru was openly admitting that he was making these posts, though the excuse given was that Mariko herself didn't own a PC. Not an uncommon thing in 2004, but still odd in this context. That was apparently why Suzakumaru controlled the site. Here's a surviving post that goes into that a little bit from the human rights 2chan thread. And of course, online users were still not happy with this response. So, was this explanation video ever uploaded? While not entirely confirmed, it doesn't seem like this ever happened. Instead, Suzakumaru went on to attempt to wipe the internet of any and all trace of Mariko, with the sites involving himself and Mariko being completely removed around May 20th of 2004. And while it's unknown just how long the site was up, remember December of 2003 to April of 2004 are when the earliest mentions had occurred. These are not the dates of when the site went live or the first post within the site. Now, it is known that the site was spread across many image boards and blogs during 2004, especially during the combined efforts to have the site reported and taken down, but also when people were making those awful image edits of Mariko herself. This means Mariko's images were saved a number of different times by a number of different people. Plenty of copies could still exist. Though, of course, this ultimate conclusion to Mariko's room as a site makes the origin image that much harder to trace, making it pretty difficult to validate if this image did eventually become the Jeff image. Despite that, many theorize this. With how much traction this site received, it's very likely that many saved the original Mariko images and that one of these users went on to create the first known Jeff edit, possibly one of the people who created one of those Tuchan edits that were intended to mock her. These saves could have taken place at any point during the lifespan of the InfoSeek page, and we don't know how long the site was officially up for. What's also noteworthy is that there's a gap of 14 months between the closure of the Mariko webpage and the first known Jeff image, known as White Powder 2. So, why can't anyone prove it? The similarity seems solid enough, right? Well, when it comes down to fact, this definitively doesn't prove anything. This is how the post on r/lost media that presented all this information puts it, written by one of the search team members themselves. This does not mean that the unedited image is found. This does not set in stone, but arises the possibility that Mariko is the subject of the white powder edits. However, this is a major lead, and the most promising so far. And thus, the internet continues to attempt in finding definitive proof of Jeff's origin image. And like I said, there's even a hefty bounty for those who are able to do so. Now, all of that aside, now that I've explained everything, or at least what's known currently, I honestly just hope this Mariko girl is leading a happy life wherever she may be currently. And I hope you guys agree. You've probably seen this one before in some capacity. It's pretty infamous for how unnatural it looks. But what if I told you that this was not the original version of this photo? Well, I did just tell you that, but let's actually get into the origin and source of whatever the hell is going on here. So this looks like some kind of studio audience, probably from some Japanese variety show. Everyone within this audience is looking at something to the right. Well, except for this woman with a visibly contorted neck and head. She's smiling like the rest of the audience is nonetheless. Another odd detail is how everyone's face is censored aside from the face of the woman with the contorted head. Also, this photo was printed onto something. It looks like it came from some kind of magazine or newspaper. Is that part important to note? We'll find out. So this photo is known in Japan as the tilted One-san, and it rose to popularity on sites like 2chan, surprise surprise. And from there, people just kept reposting it due to how uncanny and unnatural this woman appears. And when this photo pops up, people often discuss why this woman appears this way in the photo in the first place. And some of the reasons provided prove to be quite outlandish. Some people suggest that she's some kind of ghost that was caught on film, due to her complexion being a little on the pale side, compared to the other women in the audience, that is. Another idea thrown around is that she's a modern-day yokai, specifically a rokurokubi. Briefly touched upon in my previous disturbing image video, this is a type of supernatural entity in Japanese folklore. Their neck elongates and extends in weird ways. Looking back to this specific photo, her neck does seem a bit longer than normal. Though, you know, that just may be the timing and angle of the photo itself. I mean, really, this could just be some kind of screenshot taken from this broadcast at a really strange time. Like, maybe she was just in the middle of flipping her hair out of her face, you know, like this motion right here. More light may have just been hitting her face in the studio due to that angle and her having her face upwards a little more than everyone else also. Or, you know, she could just have a very fair complexion. That's not impossible, or at least as impossible as a lot of people make it seem. In Japan, avoiding sunlight and striving to have a more fair complexion just to, you know, protect your skin from UV rays and aging and possible skin disease, stuff like that, it's pretty common. Now, other people felt this image was creepy, specifically because nobody around the woman was acknowledging her. This is also why some feel she's a ghost. But this is also something that supports the idea of nothing being wrong with her at all, and it just being a weird shot at a weird time. If the capture just caught her at a weird moment, then nothing was concerning about the woman herself, and thus nobody would be looking at her. Despite everything, users online still felt the image looked pretty off though. And then there were the people who suggested that this photo was not the original photo to begin with. that this was possibly just an edited photo made to look creepier than it actually was. As a matter of fact, the magazine this specific photo was taken from, it was a publication specifically about cursed and creepy images. Not the first use of it in the slightest. This photo was actually featured in many of these types of books, so in short, a book or magazine was likely not the origin. And to make things even more confusing, some misleading tweets and posts claim to know what broadcast this image actually came from. For example, this tweet claiming it was an audience during an Iotsuka performance. This can easily be checked and proven false, though. Iotsuka's a pretty big name in Japan, and all her performances can easily be found online. It took tracing the photo back to the year 2009 to find out the actual truth behind it. Because eventually, this image, originating from a 2009 post, was found to be the first instance of this photo online. And, as you can clearly see, it's significantly less creepy, proving that the image was edited to look creepier than it actually was. So the photo originated from a photo taken of the audience from a Japanese TV show known as Daia no Kigenyo, or The Lion Says Hello, that aired in 2009. The show itself is a variety show that discusses topics involving health and longevity. Some reports claim that this specific episode was discussing psychics and mediums, though. Here's another photo taken that shows this specific woman at another angle. She's wearing a different outfit because this was a different airing on another day. Actually, here's a few different other photos of this woman in the audience. So yeah, there's nothing odd about her at all. She's just sitting there enjoying the show. Earlier edits of this image, before the photo became the version spread online and throughout the world and throughout clickbaity convenience store horror books, were also found. Here we see one version where the position of her head and neck is the same as the origin photo, but someone went and made her look more pale than she actually is. Oh, and also the original footage from the actual broadcast itself was also found. Here it is, showing exactly what went on when that capture of the audience was taken. So, yeah, nothing spooky to see here, folks. Rather than disturbing Japanese photo origins, this specific section focuses on real-life photos that have an unpleasant backstory behind them. Other topics like this will be included within this series, to share topics you may not hear of otherwise, but also to break up the intentionally scary creepypasta internet images a little bit, and also to make sure my content is unique and different from the other disturbing image origin videos. I want to be doing my own, unique research and providing unique topics. Anyways, this is an image I came across when researching a video topic last year. This photo has stuck with me ever since, and I think about it from time to time. This is a photo of a house taken back in 2018. It looks nice, being located in a nice suburb of Tokyo. Notice the security camera specifically. This was a luxury before smartphones and Ring doorbells became commonplace. The security camera itself looks a bit old. Middle-class families didn't typically have security cameras like this back when this kind of technology was new. Now, I find this detail particularly interesting because despite the home being where it is and as nice as everything is, you can't avoid the ivy almost entirely engulfing the property. It creates a bit of unease, doesn't it? This photo involves Japanese musician Doji Morita. If you're unfamiliar with her, I recommend checking out this video I made specifically on her as a musician and her sudden disappearance from the music industry. I'll give you a minute if you want to check that out. Though, if not, here's an abridged retelling. Morita was a singer who became popular in the underground music scene during the 1970s. She often played in live houses throughout Tokyo. Morita was known for singing about macabre and oftentimes tragic topics. Common themes included a longing for her bygone youth, as well as the remorse she felt following the passing of a close friend, the latter being what inspired her to create music in the first place. And many people related to the sense of hopelessness and longing relayed from Morita's music. This was during a time when the Showa idol was on the rise, and so was upbeat synthetic pop music. Morita was somewhat of an outlier, and that's why her music stood out. And despite this, despite how telling and raw her music was, Morita did everything in her power to physically conceal herself and not stand out. See, aside from her music, what Morita was known for was the image she portrayed to the public. Or rather, the lack of an image altogether. Morita intentionally hid her identity from the public. She wore loose clothes that covered almost everything, wearing large sunglasses and teasing her hair to seclude her face. Her true identity remained a complete mystery. There's no photos of her face without the glasses on or her hair covering it. During a musical career that spanned almost a decade, there's not a single person who found out who she was, what she looked like, or was able to reveal it to the public. And because of this, when Morita suddenly retired in 1983, they vanished without a trace, successfully able to just go off the grid for a considerable number of years. In 1993, her music saw another surge in fame when her songs were used in the popular drama series High School Teacher, though this time it was not limited to the underground scene, and her music saw mainstream success for the very first time, reissuing albums that were long out of print and also releasing a greatest hit CD, something that wouldn't have even existed at all if not for this drama using her music. This rise in popularity created a whole new generation of listeners who felt connected to this music. This was also during a time when idol music was declining in popularity. You know that quote from Back to the Future where Marty McFly's like, "I guess you guys weren't ready for that, but your kids are gonna love it"? From my observation, it really was like that. The 90s, following her retirement, was when her music was appreciated more than ever. Despite all of this though, Morita herself had never re-emerged. No interviews, no performances, nothing. Morita continued to remain an enigma, and as a little thing called the internet came into the picture, dedicated fans gathered and began looking to solve the mystery of who she really was. This online search amidst fans had been technically ongoing for almost 20 years, and people didn't really find anything. Finding out even the smallest details, like where they were born or if their characteristic hair was real or a wig, even that remained a mystery and difficult to solve. And this is where this photo finally becomes very relevant. You see, this property located within Kokubunji, Tokyo, was suspected to have been the residence of Morita. 2chan users had pieced together this based on the ownership of the home being listed as Morita's management. The name listed on the home itself on the nameplate is a man named Ado Maeda, who was Morita's manager. All of this was speculated but not confirmed until 2018, following the announcement of Morita's passing at age 65. Following this public announcement, the fans had pieced together some details regarding her passing and the events leading up to it. Reportedly, by 2018, Morita was a widow living alone within this very home. Following her 1983 retirement, Morita had married Maeda, her manager. The two went on to purchase this Kokubunji home. The two reportedly led a peaceful and happy life together in the years to follow. They remained together in this home until 2010. This was when Maeda passed away. The two never had any children together, though were well loved within the community, particularly as regulars at this local cafe. This tweet features a rare photo of Maeda, and also the remorse of the poster that they never got a photo of Morita herself. This specific image of the home was taken sometime prior to the couple's passing. Notice how the house is well kept and well loved. A home this couple likely put their heart and soul into and strived to live a quiet life within. This photo, however, was taken following Maeda's passing. The extreme shift in appearance is apparent. Doji Morita's 2018 passing was due to heart failure, though the people who knew her feel her passing was due in part to loneliness and a broken heart. Rumors circulating following the news of her passing claimed that Morita's case was similar in nature to the many lonely deaths that Japan observes. Apparently, Morita was not found until some time later. Following the passing of both Maeda and Morita, and with the location confirmed as their home, many fans traveled to the property to pay their respects. However, in the years to follow, the home would be demolished with a new home being built in its place. Over the decades, many have likely passed by this home without knowing its context and significance, though I do feel this is exactly what Morita wanted. While the backstory behind this photo is more sad than disturbing, I did want to share this with you all today. Like I said, I do think back on this image of this lonely abandoned home from time to time, and I feel its story is one that deserves to be told. Here's another seemingly normal Japanese photo with somewhat disturbing and tragic origins. A photo of a woman taken in the 1980s. She's dressed nice, smiling, and posing for photos in front of a wall with various promotional imagery. The biggest and most readable text reads Stallone, Rocky 4. Above that is a message of gratitude for contributing to the overseas success of this movie, as well as the success of the previous films within the series. The woman in the photo is idol Yukiko Okada, age 18 at this point in time. Okada was a popular Showa-era idol who rose to fame in the early to mid-1980s. She was known by fans as simply Yuko, and known for her innocent smile, referred to as the Yuko smile by many at the time. That trademark smile is seen in this very photo. Now, why is this photo considered unpleasant? This photo was taken at the Japanese premiere of Rocky 4, placing it on the night of April 7th of 1986. Okada would tragically pass away less than 24 hours later. This photo is the final photo taken of Okada. This image has always been unsettling to me because of the information behind it, though looking at it without any context also kind of elicits a sense of melancholy in my opinion. As I mentioned, on April 8th, the very next day, Okada would no longer be with us. While it has been almost 40 years since these events, Yukiko Okada is remembered fondly for her music, and just as a person in general. More so today than back then, I would argue, as her music is now appreciated by many outside of Japan. This is thanks to the popularity of city pop and future funk especially. If you enjoy Kaokyoku's city pop or future funk, I recommend listening to her music on Spotify. Both her original works and the night tempo remixes. I personally like those a lot.
작별할 시간이야. 인간의 몫이다.
When Mark Zuckerberg told us, the future is living in a one-bedroom apartment, experiencing the world through my plastic VR accessory, understandably, we mocked him. But then, when Tim Apple did it, we were excited beyond all reason. Why? What is it about the Vision Pro that caused this sudden shift? And can the world of spatial computing be accessed by us PC folk? It turns out the answer is yes. So let's talk about why the Vision Pro is the most exciting piece of technology that I've used in years, and why I can't wait to pack it up and put it away. Odoo. Their all-in-one software will let you focus on running and improving your business rather than playing hot potato with a bunch of mismatching apps. Click the link below or watch till the end of this video to learn more. First contact with the Vision Pro is something you won't soon forget. The material choices and the build quality are exceptional to the point where I would say they are the best we have ever seen on a VR headset. From the aluminum frame, to the curved glass front, to the fabric headband, it is on a whole different level, which should result in a very comfortable headset. But there is one small problem. These hinges do not rotate. The hinge where it attaches is no hinge at all. It doesn't swivel, which from my experience means choosing between either extra pressure on your forehead or wearing it higher and having extra pressure on your cheekbones, and in my case, particularly the bridge of my nose. Now, Apple acknowledges this with the inclusion of their dual loop band, but this has the exact same problem of inflexibility, meaning that, say for example, you like to wear a back ponytail, you better learn to wear a top one or a low one. And it makes mounting the device more annoying and still resulted in subpar comfort for me. The good news is that it's easy to forget, at least for a while, the second the screen turns on. Believe every single word you heard from the Apple evangelists in your life, because holy balls, does this thing ever look incredible. At just under 4K per eye, with nearly 3 times the pixel count of the Meta Quest 3, not to mention no discernible screen door effect whatsoever, it is unlike anything that I have ever experienced. The 12 cameras on the front and bottom of the device create a 3-dimensional live view of the world around you that, again, crushes Mr. Zuckerberg's best efforts. And this is all thanks to Apple's latest homegrown silicon, the R1, which handles the video stitching and pass-through, as well as eye tracking, hand tracking, and head movements in a way that I just didn't think would be possible for quite a long time. Now, one thing to be careful of is getting fingerprints on the cameras, as it's very easy to do accidentally while putting the headset on, and it will make things look a little fuzzy. When it's working its best though, my goodness, is it ever incredible. You look around, you resize, you reposition objects in virtual space, and it's shockingly smooth and natural, as long as you don't want to do something Apple says you're not allowed to do, like, oh, I don't know, zoom something in more than you're allowed to. Another Apple thing is that they tend to be selective about publishing their specs, and they opted not to publish a field of view number for this headset. Now, that could be because it varies depending on your exact face shape and how you wear it. The thicker cushion, for example, will shrink it a little bit. But the more likely reason is that it kind of sucks. Let's find out using what Alex calls, oh thank you, the FOV Finder 5000. For context, the Valve Index is around 110 degrees, and the leading headset from Pimax is about 160, with the original Oculus Rift being 88. I am going to go ahead and move this until I can no longer see the edges, which occurs...
That's 79 degrees.
Oh. Well, that's not very good, is it?
That test actually wasn't 100% accurate because we measured the FOV of the cameras, not Linus's actual FOV, which would be a little bit larger because Apple is distorting stuff. So like if I put this on right here and look at this grid on the wall, when I look at it straight on, everything seems to be pretty straight in the middle, and then on the sides it'll be curved. But if I look at the corner, it is actively compensating for those distortions in my eyes. What's even more surprising is that if I go in here, take off the light guard, and put it on like this, my expectation was that the camera's FOV would stay the same, but it actually gets much larger. So before I could only see about the edges of this, now I can see all the way out to here, which is why you can get between like 90 up all the way to 110 on this, and it's using the eye tracking to actively compensate for those differences.
Today we're covering a ton of great GameCube games, including Super Mario Sunshine, Metroid Prime, Super Smash Bros. Melee, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door, Resident Evil's remake, but we're going to kick things off with some exclusive trivia from one of the most beloved Cube titles, The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. To give Wind Waker a more unique identity in the Zelda series, the developers specifically avoided using Europe as a source of inspiration. Nintendo had already used medieval Europe as inspiration for Ocarina of Time, and by extension for Majora's Mask 2. And they didn't want to seek inspiration from Europe yet again. That was something we were conscious of while making the game. Fantasy usually means Western imagery, which I think is a shame. We were thinking about what it meant to be fantasy in a broader sense, and how there are many legends not just in the West, but in many places around the world. So we aimed for a world where swords and shields don't just equal the West. This statement was made by Nintendo character designer Yoshiki Haruhana in Nintendo Dream issue 82, which we translated into English for the first time. In this issue, Haruhana, along with director Eiji Aonuma, artist Satoru Takezawa, and writer Mitsuhiro Takano, reveal some interesting secrets about Wind Waker's development. Many of you are probably aware that Nintendo often starts development on new Zelda games by first creating Link and then a Moblin. And we've mentioned before that Wind Waker's development started out with models of Link and a Moblin to test out character movement and combat. But this isn't entirely true. The team actually made an earlier test for Wind Waker where the player would assault a character based on Moji-Moji-kun, a Japanese character who wears a full spandex bodysuit. Satoru Takezawa elaborated, saying, "We used Moji-Moji-kun to run damage tests, and the head programmer had suggested having him wear glasses that fly off when he took damage. The action of the glasses flying off was really something. It made me want to send all kinds of things flying when I hit enemies." Having his glasses fly off was just a test for more visually dynamic attacks, but the experiment carried over to the Moblin test, and when the Moblin's weapon flung away, the devs thought, "We want to pick that up." And this is where the idea of Link using enemy weapons came from. We have some more exclusive trivia later in the video, so stick around for that. But for now, how about some trivia for the best-selling GameCube game ever, Super Smash Bros. Melee. Melee built upon its N64 predecessor by cramming in more of everything. More stages, fighters, and generally, more Nintendo. One of the most beloved parts of this GameCube hit was collecting trophies by completing tasks, which all came with a bit of trivia to boot. Plum, a golfer from the N64 edition of Mario Golf, appears in Melee as one of these trophies, and while the supplemental text is of some interest, the most fascinating part of this trophy is incredibly hard to see. For an unknown reason, and we mean truly unknown, whenever Plum's trophy is displayed on screen, a pixel art depiction of a gun is loaded into the system's memory. This gun sprite only loads in this one specific instance, and at no point does it appear to be shown in the game with any actual context. One user over on Twitter, @ChiefNeef, performed a bit of sleuth work to get some answers. All we really knew is that it loaded while the model is on screen, so the logical conclusion is that the model itself uses this sprite. It does, but in an incredibly bizarre manner. The gun is simply used as a reflective texture on the character's golf club, though it is so incredibly stretched out of proportion that it's absolutely unrecognizable in-game. While we now know where the weapon is actually used in-game, the truth behind why remains unclear. Where does this sprite come from? Why did the team select it for a reflection texture? Some mysteries seem to lay unanswered, but who knows? Perhaps one of you recognizes this gun and knows where it comes from. You may remember that we made a video a while back about the fact that Mario Party predetermines a player's dice roll, meaning that huge parts of the game are more up to chance than skill. But Mario Party 4 specifically goes a step further in what one could deem as unfair mechanics in this regard, particularly when analysing the game's Doors of Doom minigame. This minigame is, of course, luck-based, but by pulling together the calculations, it's fair to say that it also has some of the most ridiculously low probabilities of getting a high score in a Mario game. The chances of a player getting the highest possible score in this minigame is so slim that it could be deemed as less than 1 in 1 billion chance of ever happening. The premise of this game is fairly simple. The player must pick a door. If their guess is correct, they advance into the next room, which is identical to the previous one, while also earning themselves a point. If they guess incorrectly, their path will be blocked by Bowser, and the minigame will end. The aim of the game is to get the highest score. With the statistical analysis of these two options, picking the right or wrong door, we can determine that there is a 50% chance of getting 1 point. Moving into the second room, there is a similar 50% chance of being correct, meaning that there is overall a 25% chance of earning 2 points. This will repeat indefinitely, with the highest score to ever be legitimately recorded in the game being 15 points. But this is not the theoretical cap on a player's score. Through examination of the game's code, we can see that the best possible score to earn is 30 points in total, at which point Bowser is programmed to always appear behind the selected door, and the minigame forcibly comes to an end. By crunching these numbers, we can see that the chance of getting 30 points is 1 in 1,073,741,824, or as a percentage chance, when starting this minigame, there is a 0.0000009313227% chance that they will end the game with the highest possible score. Now, I personally would not hedge any bets on those statistics. The GameCube was pretty reputable for its variety of party games, platformers, and generally multiplayer-centric titles, but one genre it was certainly lacking in for much of its lifespan was RPGs. There were of course a few, but many of them didn't release until the system had been around for some time. This lack of RPG titles was actually the very reason Baton Kaitos a Monolith Soft title, was created exclusively for the system. Producer Shinji Noguchi stated that they saw the lack of RPGs on the Cube and knew they could offer a true RPG for users while also establishing the game as a top franchise on the system. In some ways, Baten Kaitos may not have become a top franchise, but it certainly gained cult status amongst RPG enthusiasts, enough to warrant a prequel. This prequel has a large volume of regional differences, despite the fact it was released in one less region than most games and never came to Europe at all. Changes between the US and Japanese versions are evident right off the bat. The game's English name, Baten Kaitos Origins, makes it fairly clear that the game's a prequel, but the Japanese release was called Baten Kaitos 2, Wings of the Beginning and the Heir of the Gods. A very brisk title there. This Japanese release even gives players the option of playing the game as either a male or female protagonist, while the English release skips straight to the name entry screen, forcing the player to be male. Why this was done is unclear, but this removal of choice has some implications when it comes to the game's story. The character of Damon will always have the opposite gender of that which the player has selected, meaning that in the English game, Damon will always be a woman. Speaking of bizarre choices, Super Mario Sunshine actually has a detail that some players may have been witness to but never actually noticed. In most Mario games, as should be expected, Mario and co. will take fall damage when they go tumbling from large heights. Sunshine is no exception to this, with Mario rarely going unscathed after falling great distances. That is, unless he is without his companion, the Flood. For some reason, when Mario has Flood attached, he will take damage when falling large distances, but when he's going solo, he can fall any distance just fine. Regional differences are always a fun thing to explore, but considering Mario's nationality, looks like for Sunshine, Italians were given a bit of a raw deal. If Super Mario Sunshine is set to Italian in the game's European release, or the later Super Mario 3D All-Stars version, it's possible to execute a very simple soft lock. During the Watermelon Festival, the 8th episode of Gelato Beach, reading the first sign that appears straight ahead will cause the game to open 2 dialogue boxes as opposed to just 1. The second box being an unintended empty box which seems to have been added during translation. Sadly, this second box cannot be closed, meaning that the only escape is to reset. Signs seem to be a strange element of Sunshine, as even in the Japanese game, it's possible to unearth some oddities with them. The texture for signposts in the game's Japanese release make use of English placeholder text, which appears to have been taken from a dictionary, though with some portions of the text having been inexplicably removed. The unaltered text reads, "This isn't gonna hurt a bit, just a little stick. Ready? 1, 2, 3. There you go, all done." However, this Japanese signpost seems to read, "This isn't gonna, just a stick. Ready? 1, 2, 3. There you all do." Instead of this mess of a sentence, the English version simply replaced the texture with a series of swirly symbols. Metroid Prime has similar oddities. As it was developed by the US-based Retro Studios, the game had to be translated from English into Japanese. If the player is able to scan the projectiles that are fired by Omega Pirates, a task that isn't as easy as it might seem, the description will be made up of placeholder text which reads, "This is an elite space pirate," for the first page, while the second page reads, "Elite Space Pirate Description 3. This is in both the English version and the later Japanese release, which introduced its own bizarre element with the text, having never been translated into Japanese. The untold stories from a game's development are where we can learn about the human struggle that comes with creating products we all enjoy. Metroid Prime is considered one of the Cube's best titles, but creating the game wasn't exactly a smooth ride. Late last year, Metroid Prime engineer Jack Matthews tweeted out a bizarre story from Prime's development that involved putting a GameCube in a freezer. Shortly after Prime shipped, Nintendo told Retro that a, quote, bad batch of Cube CPUs had shipped, and apparently Prime was the only game being impacted, with every animated object freaking out when the game was running on a bad CPU. To find out what was happening, Retro needed to slow down some code because it was running too fast for the botched CPUs to handle. But Nintendo could only supply them with one dev kit with this bad CPU. Retro couldn't detect the CPU, and if they slowed it down too much, the game's frame rate would tank. If they didn't slow it down enough, it would glitch. To properly observe the problem, the kit had to be freezer cold. So they literally put the kit in a freezer. Then they'd run the game for 15 minutes until it warmed up, then start all over. Staff were literally running between the break room freezer and the TV, loading save games as fast as possible to as many places as possible in 15 minutes. Then trying new code, then refreezing. They ultimately realized that the problem was with Prime's skinning, the part of the animation where the mesh of a model is attached to a rig in a way that lets the model bend and distort. Jack came up with a method of sending the skinning data that was a bit faster than in most other games, as it used the locked cache direct memory access to reading data, but also used the write gather pipeline to write it out rather than have everything go through the locked cache. However, Jack's speedy approach was hitting memory bandwidth limits on the write-gather pipeline and stalling these botched CPUs, leading to errors in the animations. It's a bit technical, but basically they realized an optimization they'd made to speed up the game was causing Prime to crash on some botched systems because the part of the system that the optimization relied on was faulty. That's game development for you. This next piece is about NASCAR, which a lot of people might find really boring normally, but this trivia is actually pretty interesting, so try to stay awake. In October of 2022, NASCAR driver Ross Chastain performed a daring act that was ludicrously dangerous, but also pretty awesome. He performed what was dubbed a wall ride trick during an official race, in which he slammed his car into the track's outer wall and continued to increase his speed. This meant that, to stay on course, he could simply ensure that he coasted along this wall at top speeds consistently without having to slow down for those pesky turns like a normal racer. This granted him a massive advance in the race's standings, rising from 10th place up to 5th. And thus enter into the next stage of the championship. Now, inspiration for moves like this can come from all sorts of places, but you might not expect something so daring, performed in an official race, to be the first time somebody has actually tried the move in the real world, after having only ever performed it as a child in a video game on the GameCube. Chastain explained that he thought of the move because he played a lot of NASCAR 2005 on the GameCube and often performed the move, but with that said, he wasn't sure if the trick would work in real life. Despite the move having been widely applauded by fans for its creativity, Chastain stated that he'd never perform the move again because he still didn't really know how it worked in real life, and that the actual experience of performing it was, quote, not pleasant. Not much of a shocker there. On January 31st, 2023, NASCAR officially announced that the move wouldn't be tolerated on the track due to safety concerns, citing Rule 10526A, which addresses safety issues on a case-by-case basis. Speaking of safety, Nintendo sure seems to have an odd sense of what is and is not safe. Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door contains a decent chunk of unused data within its files, but one early graphic can be unearthed which shows what looks like a placeholder for the rock thrown by audience members. It appears that initially this rock would have actually been a brick, with the suggestion being that it was changed due to a brick being a more realistic object than the cartoony rock seen in the final game. Maybe they thought kids would take to the streets bricking each other? Who knows. If you thought we were done with giving you hot math facts after the Mario Party 4 piece, guess again. Thousand-Year Door has an area known as the Pit of 100 Trials, a challenging gauntlet made up of 100 floors, with 90 being populated by enemies with incremental strength as the player progresses, with every 10th floor providing players with a reward, save for the final floor, which houses the bonus boss, Bonetail. On rare occasions, however, the player may be faced with an entirely different encounter. Instead of an enemy, there is a chance the game will spawn in a mover instead. Movers are characters which allow the player to skip either 2 floors at the cost of 10 coins, or 5 floors at the cost of 30 coins. The chances of these characters appearing is 51 out of 1001, or marginally just over 5%, with the exception of floors 96 through to 100 where they simply cannot appear. Movers make use of a random number generator to determine when they'll spawn in, which is dependent on the player's controller inputs. Because of this fact, there is an infinitesimal chance that the player would be able to, by a matter of complete coincidence, perform the necessary inputs to cause a mover to spawn on almost every floor visited. This would necessitate that 21 movers are spawned in a row, and we can calculate the chances of this happening at random to a player. With 21 chances, each at a 51 in 1001 chance, it would be 51 in 1001 to the 21st power, so approximately, wait for it, 0.000000000000000000007% chance. Blimey. The GameCube ushered in an era where technological developments allowed dev teams to try and refresh old games with a modern lick of paint, and try to realize their original vision with more polish. Resident Evil's remake was one such title, garnering huge praise from fans of the original game, as well as introducing new elements. One character that was introduced, Lisa Trevor, was abducted along with her mother, Jessica, and became subject to experiments. While Lisa wound up becoming grossly deformed from having the virus injected into her, her mother, Jessica, was simply put to death. At one stage in the game, Lisa is reunited with her mother's remains and jumps into a deep chasm while holding on to Jessica's skull. As it turns out, Welsh over on Twitter was able to track down the origins of the skull and found that it was recycled from the Devil May Cry enemies, the Sargasso. The texture for these enemies, in turn, comes from the third edition of a medical book titled Color Atlas of Anatomy, a photographic study of the human body. Apparently, there were a lot of clashes behind the scenes during the remake's development between art director Naoki Katakai and producer Shinji Mikami. Katakai wanted to make all the pre-rendered backgrounds beautiful, while Mikami wanted to focus on making things elicit fear. And it seems we can see some of this beauty peeking through into the final game. The mansion's ceiling in the entrance hall in the remake is now frescoed, with the decoration being lifted from the ceiling of the real-world church of St. Ignatius in Rome. Capcom wasn't the only big studio to support Nintendo during this time. A seemingly unlikely amount of support came from Sega, which takes us to some more exclusive GameCube trivia, so let's jump in. We translated an interview from Nintendo Dream issue 91 just for this video, where Sonic co-creator Yuji Naka divulges some details about the development of Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg. Billy Hatcher started development with the extremely vague goal of creating an action game with, quote, a different kind of world and systems from Sonic. And this is why Billy Hatcher ultimately became more puzzle-based. But more interesting than this, Naka explains that the GameCube exclusive began its life as a four-way competitive title, where players just sort of rolled things around competitively. The development team thought this concept was interesting, and had the unusual thought that there's quite a few competitive actions you can perform while rolling around a giant egg. Just as a quick aside, some sites once reported that Billy Hatcher was originally a fighting game, but this was actually a mistranslation. The game was only ever planned to be competitive in the same way as a party game, and not an actual fighting game. Yuji Naka leaves Nintendo Dream's readers with one last interesting tidbit, saying, handling this graphical processing is only possible on the GameCube. Other devices can't do it. Same with how the water is expressed. And while we're talking about Sega's exclusive offerings on the Cube, let's take a look at a game that has a surprising amount of interesting tidbits. In Super Monkey Ball's Storm World, which contains expert stages 41 through 50, there's a fairly obscure Easter egg hanging out in plain sight. The statues in the background of this world are actually enemies from Slash Out, a Sega arcade game released in the year 2000 that was the third installment to the Spike Out series. Yeah, we won't blame you if you haven't heard of it. Slash Out's chief designer was Daisuke Sato, who just so happened to be one of the stage designers on Super Monkey Ball. As far as we can tell, all of these enemy statues use the actual models from Slash Out, only with a stone filter over the original textures.
Did you know? Despite being longtime rivals with Nintendo, Sega drew inspiration from multiple Nintendo games while developing Sonic Adventure. Sonic Adventure's director Takashi Iizuka once told IGN.com that Super Mario 64 was one of his favorite games of all time. But despite Iizuka's love for this Nintendo 64 classic, he also saw a significant flaw in the game's design. We recently translated a 2016 Japanese Famitsu interview into English where Iizuka states, "Super Mario 64 came before us as a 3D action game, but I remember not understanding where I was supposed to go go the first time I played it. The old Sonic games were designed so you could get to the goal by just pressing left or right. So with Sonic Adventure, we didn't want it to be the kind of game where you don't know where to go. That thought process was what gave birth to the system that points the camera in the direction you're supposed to go. Mainline 2D Sonic games have always had the player hold one direction to move forward. So if the 3D camera in Sonic Adventure always leaned towards where the player should be going, players could simply hold up to cover ground. This would mimic the progression of 2D Sonic titles and intuitively bring the series gameplay into the third dimension. Having the camera move this way also meant Sonic Team could create complex 3D levels without having to worry about the players getting lost. Iizuka would go on to tell Retro Gamer magazine, "After thinking up this camera system, we tried it out on Speed Highway and found it was successful. It's interesting that Nintendo would ultimately integrate a similar camera system in future 3D Super Mario titles after the release of Sonic Adventure. Some might even expect the first true 3D Sonic game to take cues from the first 3D Mario game, but what about that other Nintendo game that inspired Sonic Adventure's development? Just like that of an action RPG, Sonic Team wanted to include locations where the player could talk to NPCs to get information, or acquire new power-ups, or even just explore and become captivated by. They called these places adventure fields. Takashi Iizuka explained to Retro Gamer that he wanted to make these adventure fields have places in them that were only accessible after acquiring some sort of new power or ability, and even went on to say, "I was probably inspired in some way through the Legend of Zelda series that I loved so much." One aspect of Sonic Adventure that's beloved by most fans is its music, and it's evident that Adventure's lead composer, Jun Sunue, went to great lengths to make sure the music stood the test of time. During an interview in 2017, Sunue stated that he'd actually scrapped 8 different main themes for the game before he'd finally come up with the iconic track, Open Your Heart. And it was also the sound and feel of the track that came first, with the lyrics becoming almost totally different over time. But the music and culture behind it had been impacting Sonic Adventure's identity long before Open Your Heart had even been conceived. In the mid-90s, Sonic Team shifted focus and developed a few non-Sonic titles such as Nights into Dreams and Burning Rangers. And as a result of no new mainline Sonic games being released, the team realized Sonic's popularity had dropped. They even felt that the public perception of Sonic had shifted to the point where the character felt safe and ordinary. At the same time, some members of Sonic Team had noticed that games like Space Invaders and Pac-Man were becoming popular again within the counterculture, and were being used prominently in urban fashion and indie music. Sonic Adventure
6 to 9. Guys, where are you?
true artist. So let's get together, see what we can uncover. One that defies your world, gives you truth and life. One that excels, special enough to guide your way through this shadow world. Truth is elusive, it's nowhere to be found. Yeah, the truth can never be written. That it's not in any magazine. You can see it on your TV screen. Truth is evasive, though you might have the facts. Got it straight, you think, but it all cracks right up, and you can search the world far and wide. The only truth that you can ever find is in another. So those got the same burning need to find out what's need to cover up. The one can beat without a true artist. So let's get together, see what we can uncover. One that defies your world, gives you truth and life. One that excels, special enough to guide your way through this shadow world.
Adventure's art director, Kazuyuki Hoshino, told Retro Gamer
Welcome to the Howling Rift. Minions have spawned. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Its course.
In our spirits differ? Tricky, tricky. You got the wrong
I faced terrors until I became one.
An enemy has been slain. Not that
So long as this bow remains, I
Shut down. Shut down.
will die where they stand.
Need eyes on him. Captain Valor. An enemy has been slain.
Another chance to choose peace. I am a weapon. What choice do I have?
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
This takes nothing.
An ally has been slain.
Ace. Enemy triple kill. Aced. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Shut down. Aced.
They only want to survive. They will their lives.
An enemy has been slain. double kill. Aced. Executed. Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down. Enemy double kill. Ace. Your turret has been destroyed. Defeat.
In carnage, I bloom like a flower in the dawn. What do I for? If you are an army. The cycle of life and death continues. We will live, they will die.
The black rose shall bloom once more. Fear the assassin with no master. I thought you'd never pick me.
The guilty will know agony.
this. Minions have spawned.
No one.
Enemy killing spree. Shut down. Enemy rampage. You have slain an enemy. Breathe your been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Mark where they die. That was as close as they got.
Again. Only cowards.
Killing spree.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. has been slain. Shut down. Aced. Shut down. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret. You have slain an enemy. Shut down. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Killing spree.
arena.
I'm up to snuff and got me an ace machine.
Captain Timo on duty.
Oblivion awaits.
I thought you'd never pick me.
Know that if the tables were turned, I would show you no mercy.
What do you buy? What are you selling? Good day.
It's only a short way.
You kill them.
Welcome to the Howling Abyss. Minions have spawned. Shut down. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Enemy has been destroyed. Enemy double kill. Shut down.
For beauty. In the wonderful
Enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Shut down.
We must serve life.
Shut down. Enemy triple kill. Enemy rampage.
Magic! It's close to me! Got me!
Shut down.
Your commands!
Your turret has been destroyed.
I smell it.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
Back in the glow.
Aced. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Always forward.
Your commands tire me.
An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Aced. You have slain an enemy. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
black rose shall bloom once more. This'll be a blast.
What do you mean this doesn't look safe, huh? Throw it in your face! Like I like my bombs. About to explode!
Do you see the truth?
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Double kill. Enemy double kill. Triple kill. Pulse.
Explosion first. Question. You blink. I'm going.
Shut down.
Don't worry. I got this.
Shut down. Ally has been slain.
I have seen David fight better than you.
turret has been destroyed. Shut down. An enemy is unstoppable. An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
It's gonna blow.
An ally has been slain.
You fought an iceborn. Death was the only outcome.
Shut down. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed. Defeat.